I really do hope that I do get to see them on the big stages. Roar, of course, also played in the ESL Division 2 tournament not too long ago, so we did have a bit of Chinese representation over at the European circuit as well, right? That's certainly something to look forward to. For now, though, guys, we'll take a look at the overall draft. D Family have the Queen of Pain and the Snapfire. Meanwhile, Roar Gaming pick up the Clockwork. Now, you'll notice this hero has been making its rounds on different forums, different social medias, simply because of its absurd win rate. More than an 80% win rate, even at Dream League, which is insane, to be honest. They also pick up the Kunkka, which is something that they really like to do, as well as the Shadow Demon. Interestingly, D Family, they picked up the Snapfire. This is again a hero that has been making a resurgence back into the meta for those Mortimers. I don't think the Mortimers ever really go away, if I'm being like, they're just such a good source of damage infused into your team fight with the Sonic Wave, with the Scream of Pains, especially when the Queen of Pain is able to get to the Aghanim Scepter. You should be able to find, I mean, damage is not going to be the issue. It's just holding that front line together. It's also coming up with some kind of a save mechanism against that Kunkka's Ghost Ship and against that Clockwork. What are they exactly going to be going for? That is something yet to be seen. An Oracle is still available in the pool for D Family if they want to go for that. I know that Lun likes to play that Oracle. They also have, I would say, the option of the Ringmaster. Not as good as an Oracle save, but because you still get X marked back, at least until if the X mark is planted before the Escape Act actually comes out. So you have those two heroes. I would actually, I would prefer if we do see one of those two actually make its way here, because if Roar Gaming do pull you back with that X mark, it's so difficult to come up with that counter, or rather so difficult to go in trying to save your ally. It's especially since the other two heroes from Roar will probably infuse even more damage. They have the two cores still missing, so we'll see what the case will be. D Family, they have about a minute of reserve time left, and are still pondering over what they want to be going for.
Radiant team pick.
It is going to be the Lycan. This is another hero that is very strong in the meta. Not a lot of teams play this. A South American playtime, or South American rejects, which they were formerly known as. Do play this hero quite a lot, but it does require a specialist. It does require someone who plays the Lycan. I haven't seen Momo, for instance, D Family, they go for the Hoodwink, so they're not a team known for their saving grace. They are a team known for their aggression, and that is exactly sharpshooter damage, of course, and then you have that constantly keep the pressure up. It's going to definitely be in, because their supports have already been picked up. Are they going to go for something like the Gyrocopter and good for that counter push with that Kunkka with the Ghost Shift, so the Gyrocopter with the call down adds in a bit of natural magical damage into the fight. So we'll see what the result will be at the back of that. Or you could go for something like a Luna, right? The Morta is unfortunately not going to be available in the pool. LD is not available. Batrider is not available. Alchemist is also banned out. So a lot of those heroes which do offer a fair are going to be available for the rest of their 2 cores. That is not a core designed for counter push. That is a core for late game insurance. A Terrorblade comes out for Roar Gaming as they want to play the carry to carry matchup. I'm not too sure about this TB pick. At the same time, while you can fight against the Lycan for days, you always
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick.
and Roar Gaming, they pick up the Ember Spirit. So they are not going to be playing a Kunkka on the mid lane. This is going to be an off lane Kunkka with a mid lane Ember. And D Family, they see the entire 5, right? And Roar actually picked the Ember Spirit into the Queen of Pain. It's actually one of the better spirits against the co-op, because you have that flame guard. All of the spells from the Queen of Pain are magical damage, apart from that sonic wave, of course. But in the lane, the Ember should do fine as long as you max out the flame guard. You can even not do that and just go for the Searing Chains and Sleight of Fist combo, although I doubt that is going to be the way that he plays. D Family will go for the Slark once more. This is a hero that loves to dominate, even though yesterday when they played it against Shark Squad, they lost. So their Slark wasn't successful in that regard. And you're playing a Slark into a Terrorblade. You're playing a Slark into a Kunkka as well as the Ember Spirit. Sure, I would actually say that the Slark does reasonably well against the Kunkka in the lane, but that's horrible against the Clockwork. It's just not possible to play against those cogs, especially when your mana is being burnt away completely. So even though the idea is very clear from D Family, they want to play with the Fire Snap Cookie in the lane. They want to make sure that the Slark can snowball. And I mean, Lun is a phenomenal support player, right? And Haw is a pretty good carry. So I would imagine that their lane may be successful in that regard, but there's so much punishment. There is no room for error for D Family's laning phase. You kind of have to actually win that safe lane if you want to transition well into the mid game. And I'm not sure if they can actually against the Clockwork and against the Kunkka, if that is going to be possible. Even the Shadow Demon can rotate, although I don't know if Clove will be able to rotate into some of those other lanes as effectively, simply because you do have a Terrorblade that you need to babysit, and the fact of the matter is you have a Lycan on the other side. The amount of pressure that you will have if you aren't careful is going to be absurd, and you need to be able to, well, you need to be able to hold your ground. And your Shadow Demon moving away makes it very difficult to do that. a 5-man smoke comes out very early on, so this means that it's going to be a bit of a defensive smoke. Maybe they don't actually make their way towards the opposing part of the map, as I do notice that the logo is not put up from the game itself, so I will do that for you guys. There we go. And now the logo is up. Hmm.
Thirty seconds to battle.
No observer ward actually planted defensively. They've managed to actually get the sneaky observer ward past the river.
The battle
Lloyd is going to be using those cogs. 3 bounty runes being picked up by Roar, and Hall was the only one to pick up his own bounty. So that is going to be a bit of a loss. It's not exactly... It's an exaggeration to say that it's overwhelmingly one-sided, right? This kind of 3 bounty rune pickup. As long as you get the one, it's okay. But again, you don't want to give too much away to the lineup that has a Terrorblade, especially since you are playing a Sloric. This is a mid-game timing. You don't want to miss it. You want to be able to punish the other side, snowball with your Sloric. As over on this bot side, we do see a Shadow Demon. Rather, it's not actually going to be a Clockwork. It's a Shadow Demon, in fact. They secure the range creep, and they manage to find the Torrent on towards Lun. He does need to be a bit careful. As soon as this Slaric is able to pounce, it makes it very difficult for you to actually escape. And there we go, the first pounce of the game, just to be able to leash away a bit of stats away from the Kunkka. Over on the mid side, Queen of Pain versus the Ember Spirit, and I mean it's a decent enough matchup for both mid laners. We do see Butterfly Effect going for the Flame Guard. So it's... I mean, it's a decent enough mechanism. Three lost hits only for the Kunkka though. But Clove has managed to secure 3 of his own. This lane is not going too well for them. For the side of the family. Even on that top side, Momo may have a fair few CS, but his ability to spawn those wolves is going to be decided by this Clockwork. How many cogs he's able to send out, how much mana can he actually drain away from this Lycan, who does suffer from mana issues. The summon wolves cost too much, as Lun falls towards that bot lane. Clove will draw first blood, and again, it is a difficult lane to play into, even without the Clockwork. Even if there is a Shadow Demon here, it's still just the fact that you're playing a Slaric who simultaneously needs to win the lane, but also at the same time isn't an outstanding laner. So it does feel like the win conditions are pretty brutal for the family, at least in this first game. And so far, Roar Gaming, they've gotten the 3 bounties. They've also been able to grab up the first blood. Slaric only has about 10 CS. At the same time, you don't have too much farm on the Kunkka. He only has about 7 CS, but should be able to get the most of this double wave inside of his tower. Well, he doesn't get that one, but he should surely be picking up the rest. Lloyd is going to go back. And over on the mid lane is going to be a Queen of Pain, who seemingly is doing pretty well, but Butterfly Effect has a lot of CS too, right? It's a dead even between both of these two mid laners. So it will come down to the power runes and who's able to secure which one. Lloyd seemingly wants to go back, or rather secure the water rune, and N1 denied away the water rune from Butterfly Effect, but I think this is going to cost him quite a bit. The top lane water rune was secured by the other side, and that means that N1 doesn't have any mana to play with. He can't dish out a Shadow Strike, or rather, he can't actually dish out a Scream of Pain. He doesn't even have a Shadow Strike. And Butterfly Effect is nearly full HP on his Ember, so he can actually push out N1 right now. One Sleight of Fist, it does so much damage on the Cop. And another Sleight of Fist will bring this Cop down to about 200 of her HP. Sure, you still do have... Oh no, Momo, he fell towards that top lane. Against, I would assume, the Metamorphosis and just the Cogs.
Dire's top tower
There is no battery assault, so it was just the Cogs holding the Lycan in. And Lycan is one of those heroes that doesn't really build up to the boots of speed. So he's confined to playing this 305 movement speed hero. He's crawling compared to the kind of pace the TB and the Clockwork bring in.
tower is under attack.
Sure, Lloyd doesn't have his boots right now, but he will get to them as soon as the courier brings the parcel in. And again, they're looking for Momo. And if you're this Hoodwink, how do you even protect your Lycan, right? No saving hero available for the side of the family. They've gone for a Hoodwink, which is a great support in its own right, is an S tier support. Oh, amazingly done by Momo. He's using the wolves to actually deny away the cogs before Lloyd can actually send them out. And we do see Lun here with the Snapfire. The Lycan isn't exactly a hero that you want to gank players with, but Kismet, he is going to be able to dodge the stun, but cannot get away from that bushwhack. In the end, do they have the movement speed to actually deny him away? The Wolves are going to go for the body blocks, and one more hit will be enough. Momo's Spirit Wolves will secure the kill, as finally, the family do fight back in this laning phase. At the same time, you did have your Snapfire rotate away, so that is going to be a bit of a problem for Haw. But the rotations are coming in. It's going to be Clove who will use that disruption, but held in by that bushwhack. There's a Torrent 2 on the Slaughter, but in the end, it will not matter. Skill Lay will still go down to close the disruption illusions, and so it will be a 1-for-1. But at the same time, you do have the Queen of Pain moving in for a Sonic Wave, sending Double S back. The Slark does not want to join, and in fact, the Kunkka may be able to get a kill in return. Slark prioritizing his own life for good reason. He was at only about 100 HP, and the side of D Family getting way too greedy with that play. Momo will go down once more over on the top lane. This does not look very good. Skill Lay will try to secure the Shrine of Wisdom, but against the Cogs, or rather, the Cogs are not available, so Skill Lay may actually be able to hold his position, but decides against it, will give up his Shrine. The other side's Shrine is also ripe for the taking, and there's no way that you make that rotation if you're D Family. Your Sonic Wave is going to be on cooldown. So your supports are going to be so underleveled. Skill Lay on the cusp of that level 4 mark, but the Snapfire, I mean, he's already level 4. Clove is already level 5. Both of these two supports, they're level 5, and I do believe they secured both Shrines of Wisdom on their supports, or rather, no, it was Double S who secured his Shrine of Wisdom, and he's actually going to be able to secure the tier 1 tower. At that 8-minute mark, the Terrorblade has, or rather the Slark has actually left his lane, is farming up in the jungle, and this doesn't look too good. They have taken down 2 tier 1 towers at that 8-minute mark. Only the mid-side tower remains, so that means there's going to be a bit of a concentration of pressure from Roar on this position. Right? They have no other objective to play for right now. The Terrorblade can continue farming up on his part of the map. The Lycan cannot push inside of the Metamorphosis and risk some teleports coming in. He would end up dying even inside of that shapeshift. And over on the bot lane, your Kunkka naturally pushes out the lane with just one Tidebringer.
tower is under attack.
So how is D Family going to stop this incoming push by Roar? As Lun is going to end up getting hit by a Sleight of Fist, but the Ember isn't going to chase in. He did not have enough mana. Will drop a Remnant, so he's going to be back from the fountain very shortly.
Dire are scanning.
Skill late throws out that bushwhack, unable to actually find someone. Momo continues to farm as N1 holds that front line in front of his own tier 1 tower. You need your level 6 on your supports. You need your sharpshooter as well as your Mortimers if you want to be able to do anything in this game. You need that follow-up damage, otherwise it's just not going to be enough. And even then, there's a bit of a question mark on how you actually hold down this Ember Spirit, simply because he has the remnants and he's going to be able to make his escape very easily. They also take away the observer wards. Lun also finds an observer, so both sides lose out vision, but it is daytime, so they're not going to be pressed for vision in the first place. Catapult is in at around that 10-minute mark.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
No defense coming for this tower. They bring a Terrorblade in with the Metamorphosis. All the meanwhile, the Kunkka just continues to farm away on that bot side. He's going for that Orchid as his first item. Great against the Slark, good against the Queen of Pain. Maybe even circumstantially good against the Lycan if you can plant it down before that shapeshift, right? That's always going to be a factor. And if you're able to disable him with him not being able to use his shapeshift and take him down, suddenly the team fighting capacity of the family, their frontline gets withered away. They don't actually have a frontliner apart from this Lycan. And there's an argument to be made that this Lycan isn't even a frontliner. He's more of a backstabber, right? He's more of a predator. He wants to chase down your supports, chase down the backlines. Skill late. He will go back. As a butterfly effect, making his way towards that bot lane where you do have a Slark. No Shadow Dance available, so really nowhere to go. Clove will secure the kill with that Demonic Purge. And a 4,000 lead builds up for Roar. 12 minutes in. They also find 3 neat bounty runes in their own part of the map. There is an incoming push by the family. If they're able to take this tower down, they will be able to alleviate a lot of the pressure on their lineup, on their Slark. But it's so hard. As even when they do find the tower, the rest of their lanes are still going to be getting pushed in. And who do you prioritize on your farm? Is it your Slark or is it your Lycan? Because your Lycan can't play towards that bot lane, and your Slark is going to be vulnerable on that top lane. Sure, there is a bit of an additional safety factor, right? He is going to be safer at the end of the day, objectively, on that top side at this kind of a position. But Kissman, he is not going to waste any time with this. Activates his Metamorphosis, goes to work on that tier 2 tower. Clove is right behind him, so is the Kunkka. They have that ghost ship, they have that disruption, and it turns out the family are showing no intent of actually defending their tier 2 position.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
They lose their tier 2 13.5 minutes in.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Doesn't exactly bode too well for their lineup.
Boom, there it goes.
Radiant are scanning. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
they are in this position. Skill Lay is gonna get taken out. Sonic Wave gets sent out towards Kismet. He does actually fall to the Mortimers plus the Cops combo and is gonna end up respawning in about a few seconds. The mid lane is going to be the Ember. Shapeshift is going to come out. Butterfly effect. Is potentially going to fall here. He does, giving away his dominating streak. You also have the scepter up for the Lycan, so he gonna be sent out in response. Sonic Wave is gonna be there too. Double S has to get back as a Slark tries to come in, but his Shadow Dance he's only going to be able to use it to escape. And at the end of the day, they have to huddle back to their high ground because these tier 4s taking damage from the creeps. Back to his fountain. Another Sonic Wave comes out, but in N1 again 13 CS against Butterfly Effect 17, and it'll be even. I mean, compared to Butterfly Effect 21, right? All three heroes from the side of Roar Gaming are at the very top. In fact, when you take a look at the last hits from D Family's offlaner, Momo has 4 CS. He has 4 creeps. Sure, there'll be 10 now, but most of them were just lane creeps that he was able to acquire. Or rather, so just the jungle creeps he was able to acquire. So this is not looking too good for this offlaner so far. He does have a double wave that he'll be able to pull inside of his own tier 1 tower. He'll be able to deny this wave away from the opponents, because this creep wave should be more than enough to make sure that a lot of these creeps are just going to be denied away from the Doom. So Momo will be able to find some bits of recovery. Another creep wave actually coming, so he'll be able to recover. It's not as dire as I painted it out to be earlier on.
Middle tower is under attack. Radiant's courier has been killed.
$31 CS for the Death's Prophet, 29 for the Tidehunter, 27 for the Doom, and the Ember has only about 18. Sand King Momo with the recovery has about 19. So a good overall Sand King game, I would say, because the first blood, it gives you, I would say, about 10 CS. But Momo might just go down here. Burrow strikes out, but in the end will fall to the burn from Lloyd.
Down are scanning.
The stalwart flame flickers.
Exorcism's the first one of the game used. Lun is here on that mid lane to try and hold this tower for as long as he can.
Radiant structures are fortified.
But it does take in a lot of damage. Clove coming in with the lift back on Lun. Throws out that blood grenade. Lun is slowed down. May be able to escape. No, he can't. Butterfly Effect will be able to take him out. At the same time, the tower did take out the catapult, and Skill Lay, he's trying to come in to take away the creep wave, making sure that there's some kind of D-push on this tower. Will be successful in that regard.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Just wastes away the incoming creeps.
Radiant are scanning. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Lun channeling his chemical concoction. He does see Clove. And Roar Gaming are in a precarious position, especially with the Ember Spirit coming in. Searing Chains applied on the Rubik. He will go down. Momo is going to be the casualty in response as Kismet uses his Scorched Earth to try and make his way out, but the chemical concoction is going to land, and they bring all 5 heroes in alongside even Haw. Butterfly Effect is in a bit of a bind. He will be able to take out the Alchemist, but in the end he will go down. There is really nowhere for this Death Prophet to run. 2 heroes, or rather 3 heroes, to fall at the back of that Shrine of Wisdom play, and they didn't even manage to get that shrine, nor even their own, because the Weaver stole away the shrine away from Roar before teleporting towards that top lane position. And they'll even take out the Rubik, already 5 for 5, doing a great job at actually keeping the side of The Roar at bay as over on the mid lane, Kismet uses the Doom, needs to plant down his Infernal Blade to try and take out the Ember, and should be able to find that kill with the Scorched Earth. The Ember burns away, and the second exorcism of the game comes flying in. Cold Embrace on the creep to keep it safe too, and there is no way for Skillay to actually drag away the creeps. He is still going to try, but this time around, they will see it coming. Will be able to take him out. 2 heroes now have fallen. Quick Wave already having been taken out, so this tier 1 tower will break. There's really no way to actually stop this. But N1, he does come in. Chemical Concoction being charged up. Going to just result in a self-stun as the tower falls.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Never refuse gold.
Massive amounts of stacks being built up in this triangle, and Double S, he wants to contest this. Will be able to take care of that hard camp first. Epicenter has not come out, but they really do need to come out with this because they are losing their stacks to the Radiant side. As Kismet also comes in, he has no Doom, but still, the Roar Gaming, they'll be able to acquire all of these creeps. Or most of those creeps. The Sand King, I believe, did get a few. Is trying to get to his Blink Dagger
Is under attack.
as the top side is taking a beating. At least the tier 1 tower is. Split push markings being made around the map as they are
Are fortified.
trying to figure out the way to play against this kind of tempo, once again being brought by Roar.
Tower is under attack.
Weaver isn't exactly super good at dealing with tower, especially against a catapult wave that is coming in. You have to be able to try and get that one down, but quite frankly, Roar will have already taken out this tier 1 tower. They can teleport back towards that bot lane, back towards that mid side, as they are currently going for. Oh, Ember Spirit silence down. It's going to be Skillay who is hit by the Spirit Siphon. Searing Chains did not hold back the Death Prophet, and that means Skillay will fall. And even towards that bot lane, the Weaver has to reposition against an incoming Doom, especially one that is off of cooldown.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
But they're looking for this Doom, in fact. N1 is going to come in with the Searing Chains. Doom, though, is going to be planted down on the Ember in response, and N1 is going to realize that he needed more numbers. He is simply going to hand over his life on a silver platter, as even towards the other part of the lane, Lun falls to the Death Prophet solo. Boots of Travel up for this DP, so a lot of movement speed, 455. Increasing with each passing level.
Dire's top tower.
Teleport towards that top side is Momo. Ravage is going to disable his teleport, and he has nowhere to go. They know where he is, and they will be able to take apart even the offlane Sand King, as he was very close to his Blink Dagger. Weaver, I mean, he has a time lapse, but trying to trade against a Doom is maybe not the right idea.
Under attack.
I would imagine the Weaver just gets his farm in. When we do switch over to the net worth, or rather at the hold that Thought Lloyd, he is going to go down. So a good kill being acquired by N1. They need more of this. They need a tempo. They need their tempo. The D family tempo, you know, the staple of Skillay as well as Lun.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
As he's trying to farm away for his Aghanim Scepter. Now you do have the Blink Dagger up for Momo finally. Not a bad timing, not great either, but you need to make plays with this. You have a 5,000 net worth disadvantage at that 14-minute mark. Shrine of Wisdom is going to be the big area of contest. But Momo, does he really want to charge into a Tidehunter, especially one with a Maze Slayer? So even as he goes in, one Anchor Smash and Momo's Epicenter is going to be doing reduced damage. He wants to go in with the Epi, but again, at double S, he doesn't even tickle. Momo will have to disengage, abandon his shrine, as towards that backline, the Weaver is going to get caught. Power Shot gets sent out. As the tier 2 tower is now under threat. No Weaver farming away. He has that Desolator but is unable to apply any kind of damage. Especially not against these tanky heroes. Butterfly Effect, he has that Spirit Siphon, which drains away about 100 HP per second.
Behold, a subtle burn.
Yes, man finds the Doom once more and just teleports away before the Weaver is able to take him out. It kind of feels a bit lackluster, but Cloves, he is going to potentially be the target. Syrian Chains applied. He should be going down. Cold Embrace comes in, but they won't be able to keep the Rubik safe. At the same time, it is going to be N1 in a bit of a bind. He is going to Remnant out. Has no more mana though, and in comes the Tidehunter from that backline, an Anchor Smash to trade out the Ember for their fallen Rubik. And again, you don't have to be a doctor to find to diagnose that is not a valuable trade. That is simply not going to be worth it. Everyone just has to run away from this Death Prophet every single time she shows up.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's courier has been killed.
Observer Ward from the Dire side, they have an idea of where the Sand King is actually is. Skillay is going to be the unfortunate casualty of the result of that information and will go down. And again, you have that level 2 exorcism come up. Over on the backline, Double S is here with the consecrated wraps on the Tidehunter. Very difficult to take him. I actually think it's impossible to take this Tidehunter down. Like, I do not see a way where they can actually get it done. As an exorcism comes out from Butterfly Effect, they may not have the creeps nearby, but they have enough tanky heroes to actually soak the damage of this tower. They also have that Cold Embrace, so Double S will just be able to regenerate his HP. And this tier 2 will fall. Okay, Glyph activates at the very last second. They're trying to break through it. I mean, it's going to be possible. You know, it's a process, guys. There we go.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Observer wards to be taken out too.
Dire's top tower has fallen. Radiant's bottom tower.
Clove is gonna get... No, the cold embrace actually comes out at the very last second. But Momo, he wants to go in with the epicenter. It's a great double kill they've been able to find. Double S has not sent out his Ravage and may not have an opportunity to do so. He is inside the safety net of that Kraken shell, but he is taking in quite a bit of damage. You don't have your Doom nearby, so a quick 3 kills, or rather just the 4. They've also found a Death Prophet. This could be the big turnaround that D family need in this game. Butterfly effect with the Spirit Vessel cannot heal as much, stuck inside of a tier 1 tower and will go down. They'll even take the tower down alongside of that. D family get a huge set of kills, may have actually just brought themselves back into the game completely. As Lun gave away his first, or rather skill A. No, Lun gave the first Aghanims of the game to the Ember.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
BKB is available for the Doom. And he has that Radiance, so no Aghanim Scepter coming out. But to be fair, well, I mean, the Weaver is going to be going for the Lincoln Sphere. So you may want that Aghanims for the Doom.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Are scanning. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Radiant are scanning. Radiant are scanning.
Tormentor is also going to fall. And Lloyd does manage to grab it. At the same time, towards that Roshan, D family are trying to secure this one. The pings are coming out, but D family, they have enough damage, plenty of damage in fact, and will be able to take Roshan before Roar Gaming can even approach this position. But Roar Gaming, maybe they still want to fight. It's gonna be Clove who will get taken out before he can join his team. Momo is also going to blink away. D family are doing a great job at actually making sure they can play around this entire setup. As Skill Lay does get spotted out, so Skill Lay will be at the very least at least one casualty. But I would actually imagine that that is a much better exchange for D family. They get the Roshan, they get the Aegis on their Weaver. And now he can just farm up for the next 5 whole minutes. Momo. He is looking for the Aghanim's play.
Radiant's middle tower is
They have everything they need to actually take a fight now. There's not a lot of BKBs available on the other side. In fact, there's no BKB available on the other side. And this is a very dangerous epicenter to play into. I would actually imagine that the team fight from D Family is a lot stronger. Butterfly Effect is going to be the first one of contact, and now Momo goes in with the epicenter. Doom is going to come out in response. Butterfly Effect will not be able to heal his way out of that, and Momo, he will go down. So too will the Weaver. But do they have enough to take the Weaver down a second time? Is going to be lifted up into the air, and the Ravage gets sent out. They have it. They have the Weaver. They will squash him like a bug. Ember Spirit, he will remnant himself forward on towards Kismet, but it's just the Wind Ranger as well as the Ember in this position. However, N1 has been able to take down both Kismet as well as Lloyd. Skill Lay does eventually fall, and this 3 for 2 has now turned into a 1v1. Now I doubt that N1 can actually win this exchange. He can just take out the anchor and run away from this position. He can just teleport away. Doesn't really have anything to fear. No disable coming in from the tide. And now they know what the Sand King can actually do. Alchemist is actually going for a third Aghanims. Is it for the Weaver? It surely isn't going to be for the Wind Ranger. Maybe he wants to reimburse Momo with his Aghanims? He does. In fact. So Momo gets about 4,200 gold at the back of that, you know, the Aghanims reimbursement. How that works is if you already have an Aghanims, and if the Alchemist gives you that Aghanims, you then get 4,200 gold in your inventory. So then you can spend it towards other things. In this case, the Daedalus. And now, if you guys thought that the Death Prophet died quickly in that last fight, I have bad news for Roar. Now they have enough damage to even chip away at the Tidehunter. Kismet is not going to be able to survive. So what Roar need to do is they need to be the ones to initiate first. They have the Blink Daggers forward. They have the BKB on Kismet. He can activate the BKB, blink in, or even vice versa, blink in and then BKB. But the Death Prophet Butterfly Effect needs his BKB to stand his ground. Otherwise, it's going to be impossible for him to do that.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
From blaze to inferno.
Dire are scanning.
Massive teleports coming in. Weaver's Lincoln's is going to be popped. But the rest of the family, they are also in this position. Searing Chains have been found on that Winter Wyvern. Lloyd, he'll just go down to the Remnants back and forth. It's now going to be a Doom planted down on that Ember Spirit, but he was able to get off his BKB. Momo comes in with the Epicenter, but the BKBs have already been activated. Ravage gets sent out, catching Momo. And now the Weaver is also going to have to time-lapse himself out of that position, but is going to get chased down. The neutral creep actually providing a stun as the Lincoln Sphere again gets popped. Can the Weaver make his way out? He can't. He has just been huddled close to the corner there. And a successful teamfight win. Butterfly Effect. He sees Lun. Infernal Blade is going to cancel away the teleport, and that means that it's going to be 4 heroes overall that actually go down. Assault Cuirass picked up from the Doom, so even though there was a window where the family's team fight was stronger, Turns out it was a very small window. With all of these items coming up for the dire side, for Roar, I think the team fights here are equally strong. I really just think it depends on who starts the fight. Whoever initiates first will be stronger. Doom is inside the smoke of the sea. They see... Well, it's better they see Skill Lay as opposed to the carry. Right, Hall going down would be a big disaster. So Skill Lay, his sacrifice won't be in vain.
A golden thread.
Weaver can continue farming up. The Ember is farming up. So too is the Sand King. Although, Caseman, he will spot out the Ember. And one is going to run into trouble. And has nowhere to go. Ravage actually catches Momo too. He is anchored to the ground. And Roar Gaming, they will find 3 heroes. So turns out the skill they sacrifice, it was in vain. Skill they sacrifice didn't change a goddamn thing. Tide Hunter now has the Shiva's Guard. No Aghanim Scepter coming up for the Tide. But...
Radiant are scanning.
Skelde, he will blink forward, trying to catch someone with his shackle shot. Won't be able to find anyone. Yes, man now has the Aghanim Scepter, will reveal it, takes out the Wind Ranger. They even lift back Lun, and that will be a quick and easy 2 kills found on the supports. Tide Hunter? Oh no, N1, he needs to be able to make it out. Will Remnant away? Finds himself some semblance of safety. But they're chasing in after him. Winter's Curse from Lloyd to hold him down. And the 5 from Roar will take the Ember out. Momo not coming in with the Aghanim's Epicenter simply because he needs that BKB to actually fight. I would imagine this Daedalus is looking back at it. Probably something that they regret picking up. Could have bought out an entire BKB with that amount of gold. And the tier 2 tower is going to go down.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Barracks is now under siege as Exorcism is going to expire, and they actually find Lloyd towards the back line. Momo, he goes in with the epicenter! But the lift back on towards the Death Prophet will keep her safe. She'll just heal back up, and everyone is just gonna teleport away. They weren't able to stop the Tidehunter from teleporting out. Chemical Concoction is charging at the Tidehunter. I wonder if he's gonna be hit with it. There we go. Gets smacked by a baseball. Roshan once again, this time around. Roar are coming in. And they're going to be here in time. This could be a huge ravage as Double S goes in. 3 people silence drop, doomed up, and will actually fall. All 3 cores from the family to crumble. And Roshan will be grabbed up, having brought down low for Roar to just sweep up the Aegis. It's also going to be Skill Lay who will find himself in danger, has nowhere to run. Little Red Riding Hood against the Wolves. And with 4 heroes not alive, I would actually imagine this is supposed to be a guaranteed lane of barracks. In fact, when we take a look at the buybacks, none of them have one. Only the Wind Ranger, only their support possesses a buyback, so this should be 2 lanes of barracks. And even as you respawn, sure, there's no Doom to play against, there is no Ravage, but there's still the Aegis. As Lun continues to farm.
Barracks are under attack. Radiant's bottom barracks has fallen. Radiant's bottom barracks has fallen.
GG will be called by the family as Roar Gaming clean sweep the family. A result that I really was not expecting. But Roar Gaming, they are one of the better Chinese teams out there. Certainly have yet to make their mark at the tier 1 stage, but like a lot of these Southeast Asian teams, they have come close time and time again. For now, guys, though, this was just the first series of the day. We do still have another series lined up for you. It is going to be between Carstensz and Velocity Vikings. Carstensz, who recently have acquired their first Southeast Asian Tier 2 win. Certainly coming in at the back of a new coach, Steel Borko. And they have some pretty good players as well. Mamang Daya, Hardel, you know, and the like. I'll talk you guys through the full roster once we head into the next best of 3 that is going to be in a bit of a break, or rather in a bit of a while, in around 40 minutes. So make sure to tune in on then. For now, the stream will stay up. You can hang around here. You can go grab yourself some tea, some snacks, and be back for the next series. Other disable with a carry. Mortha would be the best carry right now against the Kez and against the Lycan. I wouldn't be surprised if they go for that, but I am surprised that they actually go for the Alchemist. It's not a hero that does very well against the Lycan, but the idea is probably very simple. You get to that Radiance, you get to that Aghanim Scepter, you give it to the Queen of Pain, who is playing against 3 melee cores, and suddenly the Queen of Pain will carry the game for you. You don't actually have to be a position 1. At least that is the idea for Dreamocell. So for Carstensz, let's see if that plan will actually work out the way that they intended to, because you are going to get pushed back in the lane. Right, even though you have that Clockwork, the Clockwork himself is going to suffer against the wolves of that the wolves of Vomi, and you have that Wind Ranger, so you have that power shot. It's going to be very difficult for the Clockwork to disengage once he's caught out in an awkward position. And if they're able to do that, if they're able to get through the mechanical monster, then getting to the Alchemist is not going to be that hard. You can even bring in the Warlock through the gate, and sure, he doesn't offer you any disables, but he still offers you the Fatal Bonds as well as the Shadow Word, and with that amount of damage, the Alchemist should go down. Now, sure, you do have some pushback mechanism. It's not going to be as simple as that. The Hoodwink's not going to allow their cores, their carry to actually suffer like that, but and so neither will the Queen of Pain, right? You have to be careful when you go in, because one rotation from the cop and one Sonic Wave, and suddenly you're not going to be able to get much done. As the game is underway, but mine has not loaded. There we go. Okay, it was paused. That's why.
You fought badly, died worse. You fought badly, died worse. Acts like this very much.
The Hoodwink will reconnect into the game. As we will resume with it. Certainly a bit of a bit of all chat being thrown out. Of course, I don't understand any of it, since I don't understand the language. Carstensz have always had this mixed roster, right? Throughout their history, or at least throughout the history of when I've come into the Southeast Asian scene, Carstensz have always had this very colorful draft, right? I even remember a time when, so I'm from Pakistan, and I even remember a time when back when, you had S.7 playing for Carstensz, you had Krish from India playing for Carstensz, so and that was a time where Carstensz had one player from a different, each of their players had a different nationality, or came in from a different nationality, so also a dedicated coach on Carstensz's lineup, Steel Borko. They have a manager. They have everything. They have the full, they have the full 9 yards of a Dota 2 team assembled on their side.
30 seconds to battle.
Meanwhile, I'm not sure who Velocity Vikings coach is. Hardell. Is going to push back at the Kez. And again, the cogs are... It's actually going to be a Clockwork over on that top side. It's a... Is it a Hoodwink as the position 5? It's certainly something that I don't really see all that often. But they'll be able to push back at the Warlock nonetheless. I will adjust in the logos for you guys. There we go. They are up on the screen now. And when we take a look at this, okay, so it has its drawbacks, right? Placing the Clockwork on as the position 5 instead, as the position 4 instead of the position 5. But at the very least, this Warlock is going to have a very horrible time. Like, this Warlock cannot do anything in this lane. Outside of giving the Shadow Word to his Kez, it doesn't really feel like a position where this Warlock can even play the lane. As soon as he wants to come in, the Clockwork will just cog him down, burn away all of his mana. For the moment though, Hardell is going to be body blocked by the Warlock, and the Warlock's going to drag in the creeps, so Hardell won't be able to get the creep waves, and the cogs are not actually pushing the Warlock back while he's inside of them. But as soon as you have some additional levels on the Battle Hunger, right, the axe should be able to punish this Warlock, even though the Kez is doing pretty much okay. Not a lot of CS on the Kez, to be fair, but still doing fine. It's this bot lane that has me a bit worried. Dreamocell on the Alchemist, while he has a Hoodwink against a Windranger and a Lycan, you can't really stop the Lycan from farming, and at the same time, you can't stop the Dire side, you can't stop Velocity from trying to push back at your Alchemist. You can throw out a Bushwhack or an Acorn shot or two, but that's just about it. And even if this Hoodwink is out of position, remember you had the Spirit Wolves, or the Lycan Wolves, and you can gather information on where the Hoodwink is. That's one of the Lycan's strong suits. You know, you have a movable observer ward, especially in daytime, giving you vision of the movements. Mid lane Pota 2, he might actually just fall here. One more CS would have been enough, but the Queen of Pain was very low on her HP. Bottle will be found, or the water rune, and Pota 2 will be able to replenish back his health. Has that Flame Guard. We saw this exact same matchup come out in the previous series where you can't really do much to the Ember. Early on you can, but Pota 2 has the Flame Guard, and the Queen of Pain is gonna be dived here. I am not sure exactly of what Pota 2 is attempting to do here. Sleight of Fist is not going to be enough. One more hit will draw first blood for Carstensz. And Pota 2 diving that far deep is probably not the right idea. Not really too sure what went on there. I mean, he had no Searing Chains. He had no way to actually kill the cop in that position, or at least from my perspective, had no way of taking the Queen of Pain out. And again, you give that big of a lead, especially since the Queen of Pain took the Ember down on that mid side. Very easy to make her way back into the fountain and just teleport back into the lane. Top side is going to be an attempt on Saimei. He has that Shadow Ward disabled and will be going down. At the same time, Dixon did fall. Dreamocell and the Hoodwink were able to find the kill on the Windranger, so Carstensz do get something in return for their fallen axe. But still, not a bad kill for the Kez to be able to acquire on that top side. It actually went the way of the Warlock, so it isn't exactly a kill to go the way of the Kez. And over on the mid side again, Pota 2 falls. Not really having the best of lanes. I mean, that's kind of what happens when you give the Queen of Pain this massive advantage. The Queen of Pain just does so much better. Especially when you have that Sonic Wave coming about. Pota 2, he's not even level 6 right now. We'll have to see what they can actually do. As Pota 2 will make sure the Queen of Pain blinks away. You do have the Warlock nearby over on this bot side. Dreamocell inside of his tower has quite a few creep waves against him, and Womi will be able to make sure that he can drag the creeps away.
Radiant are scanning.
Pota 2 coming in with the Sleight of Fists. Has plenty of CS though. Searing Chains applied on the Queen of Pain, who has that Sonic Wave, so Pota 2 has to be careful. His Flame Guard doesn't actually absorb it. Sonic Wave will be getting sent out. Scream of Pain also used, but the Queen of Pain used her Blink. Dixon is going to come in with a Shackle Shot that doesn't actually land. So in the end, that teleport isn't all that useful, but with Pota 2 this low, I don't think they can contest this Power Rune at the 6-minute mark. It will just be a haste rune for the Queen of Pain. who is eyeing down that mid side, can actually use that haste rune to get a kill on Pota once his flame guard wears off. But they'll actually spot out the Wind Ranger, so Carstensz should be able to acquire this kill. No Wind Run available for about 9 seconds. One easy lost hit will be enough. And actually, it was... yeah, it was just a lost hit, taking the Wind Ranger out. Pota is back on that mid side, but... it's the Queen of Pain on that mid lane who does appear to be in a bit of danger. At least for the moment. Every time Pota 2 goes forward, I kind of think to myself, is the Queen of Pain in danger or is she completely okay? Because you always have that blink back mechanism.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire structures are fortified.
Alchemist. 56 CS for him. He should be able to get to a good Radiance timing. Womi has not applied as much pressure on the Alchemist as I would have initially thought.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Simply because a lot of the pressure has been negated by the mid lane from Carstensz. The Queen of Pain has had a wonderful time.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
It is going to be the Kez who is going to suffer slightly. But again, the Kez is also doing pretty much okay, right? 50 CS for him. It is CJ on the Kez. As there appears to be a bit of Discord trouble for them.
Prepare for a lesson.
And the go call has been sounded out.
Miss Vane is missing.
And there we go. We will resume with the game. Quite a few heroes on that mid side to try and secure the power room, but it's not on that top side. It is an amplified damage for Pota on that bot lane. But still, with the Queen of Pain in this position, Salamat may look for a kill, and he will be able to find one on Dixon. It's going to be hard traded out with a sleight of fist. But there's not too much more that these two mid laners can find. Not a bad set of trades for both mid laners. But Pota 2 wants to run down the Queen of Pain again, just charging at her. And they're doing pretty much okay so far. We'll take a look at the lost hits, or rather the net worth. 5,000 for the Alchemist, who is doing very well for himself. This might just be a 13-minute radiance or a 12-minute radiance, depending on whether or not they can get him a kill or two. Seems unlikely to get the Alchemist. It's difficult to pull in some kills to the Alchemist. He doesn't really offer all that much outside of his chemical concoction and his acid spray. But the acid spray, it's hard to keep someone in. 40 DPS per second is really only going to be around 80 or 120 damage at most, assuming that someone stays in that position for 3 whole seconds. Mid lane. And again, despite of them having a lycanthrope, they haven't been able to take a tower down. haven't applied any kind of pressure on any of these towers. Carstenz's supports are doing a good job at just roaming around the map, making sure that the pressure is negated. Have gotten the Shrines of Wisdom too, so you have a level 5 Hoodwink, you have a level 5 Clockwork. Once both of these two heroes hit their level 6, it's going to be go time. And the same kind of tempo can't be found from the Wind Ranger's Focus Fire, right? She is a support. You still do have a Warlock's Chaotic Offering, so maybe you can use that Golem to take a tower down early on. But you have a free farming Axe. You have a free farming Alchemist. And a Queen of Pain who has gotten way too much in the laning phase with 4 entire kills. So are you going to be able to pressure the tower? Especially since there's going to be a Kaya up for the Queen of Pain, for Salamat. He'll have that additional magic damage amplification for his Sonic Wave. It'll deal about 700 pure damage, which is nearly about 100% of the HP of the Warlock. I mean, this Warlock is just dead once the Kaya comes up. One Scream of Pain, one Sonic Wave, and Juju is going to fall.
Trickster's rune of illusion.
Mage Slayer is up for the Kez, as he'll probably look for a Desolator next.
As the arrow flies.
Tier 1 tower finally going to go down. Dark Troll Summoner Skeletons, 22 damage per skeleton. When you have 3, it's 36 damage per hit. As finally they'll target Dreamosel, take him out. He was very close to his, or actually he has bought out his Radiance completely. It's the Hoodwink who is also going to be in trouble. Velocity Vikings coming in with quite the velocity, able to take apart the tower, take apart the carry and the support away from Carstensz, who still do currently possess the advantage but not nearly enough tower pushing potential. As Saime is in a bit of trouble. I think Saime is just dead. Too much DPS on him. Might be able to get away, or is he? It's going to be very close, but no, he eventually does go down. But I do believe that CJ was far away from any kind of experience. Might actually take out Hard L too. He'll find a double kill.
There's your off switch.
What just happened? Carstensz, they ran against the Kez. Sure, the axe going down, that's a one-off kind of a thing, but the Clockwork who came in trying to help also went down. Man, oh man, that is something you do not want to give to the Kez. He'll have his Yasha flying in. It's not going to be a Desolator, it's just going to be that Manta style. And dodge away that Bushwhack. Essentially. Maybe even dodge away the Chemical Concoction. It's very difficult to actually do, but might just be possible. But the fact that he got essentially a double kill there propels him towards that second place position in terms of net worth. Sure, the Alchemist is at the very top, has that Radiance built in at a really good timing, and will be able to give that Aghanim Scepter to the Queen of Pain. That is potentially when they're going to look to reverse the tempo. Potentially going to look to, you know, dish out some serious damage. But now you have that Ancient Black Dragon, the Helm of the Overlord, available from Womi. And your tower pushing potential goes through the roof. Ooh, a long-range hookshot actually catching out CJ. Where is the incoming damage though? Queen of Pain Salamat is available in this position, but doesn't really want to go in right now. Needs a setup. Saime is going to come in with a Berserker's Call. There goes the Sonic Wave, as well as the Scream of Pain. Raptor Dance though is going to heal the Kez back up. DJ is looking plenty healthy with the Mage Slayer being applied on the Queen of Pain. Salamat won't be able to pick up the kill. In fact, CJ will end up with a double kill again. That's your Sonic Wave. That was surely supposed to be a confirmed kill coming out by Carstensz, but they got wiped out. And man, oh man, that has to hurt. They were looking for a breakthrough against the tempo coming in from Velocity Vikings, but all they got in return was
Radiant's top tower.
getting hit by a lot of bird poop. Saime cannot go down once more, is not going to be getting hit by the shackle though, so will be able to stick around. It's a hook shot on towards that backline, but actually catches out Juju, and at the same time, Velocity Vikings, they're back in. It's going to be the Kez. CJ will be able to take out the Hoodwink, and Saime is going to fall to Pota 2. Focus fire down as well, coming in from the Wind Ranger. As the Alchemist trying to dish out the hits against Vomi is not going to be successful in that regard. And again, a few quick kills for Velocity Vikings. They're now on a 3,000 net worth advantage.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Worthy tribute.
It's the Hoodwink who is also going to fall. Sharpshooter save is not going to be possible. Ancient Black Dragon actually chasing after a hard L. This looks a bit tricky for Velocity Vikings. They have an Alchemist, yet the net worth advantage is in favor of the other side. Now, again, I will point out that the Aghanim Scepter is almost built up. That is going to be 4,000 gold going the way of the Queen of Pain. That will propel her to the very top of the net worth chart. As Pota 2, Searing Chains are going to be there. Spirit Vessel applied as well. Dreamosel, can he make it back to his fountain? Focus Fire is not going to be enough, and the response comes in by Carstensz. A Sonic Wave that cleans up the Wind Ranger. Pota 2 has no mana, but has that regeneration rune. Will be able to actually apply the chains on that Queen of Pain. Dodges out that Sharpshooter with his Remnant. And for that response, Carstensz only got that one Wind Ranger kill. At the same time, they keep their carry alive. I suppose that is a good trade at the end of the day.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Dreamosel should be able to find the Warlock. This will be a great kill for the Alchemist. A solo kill on Juju as he was caught on the map, and even his Sentry Ward is going to be pointed out. Of course, I do believe Juju was also looking for an Observer Ward placement so that they could make additional pickoffs on this Alchemist. He's not going to be successful in that regard. Still a 3,000 net worth advantage, and it's not budging for either side. Velocity Vikings aren't able to increase the lead, but the first chapter of the game is going to be completed as soon as the Alchemist's courier respawns. Saime also has that Blink Dagger, so a Blade Mail, Vanguard, and Blink Dagger combo available for the axe. This is the turning point. This is when Carstensz are going to be looking to build up some serious tempo on their side. And they will most likely group up. At the same time, the Aegis has already been collected by CJ. It's going to be a Berserker's Call on Pota 2. He will go down. Very quick. Sonic Wave has still not actually been committed, but CJ comes in towards Saime. He's taking in quite a bit of overtime damage against this Kaz and might actually fall here. Dreamosel though unleashes a concoction, dodged out by the Mantis Style, but the Bushwhack found by the Hoodwink, unfortunately, is not going to be enough. The Kez able to run circles around the kind of response Carstensz are bringing in. Queen of Pain is going to fall, or rather, is in danger. But you do have Hardell with the hook shot. Sonic Wave gets sent flying out, but CJ is here. And the cop will be able to blink away, has a haste rune, so is lucky in that regard. Hardell, though, is going to have a bit of hard luck trying to make his way out of that one. He can't. All the meanwhile, the Alchemist continues to farm up, is not going for a second Aghanim Scepter. There is no real, I would say, good hero to give the Aghanims to. There is the Axe, to be fair, reduce the attack damage. I don't imagine the Axe should be given the Scepter in this scenario. I think you need a carry. Quite frankly, the Kez just does too much damage. You need some way to mitigate that damage. You need some way to have that physical damage for yourself. Especially since Womi is doing so well. He has that Assault Quartus built up on that Lycan.
Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Queen of Pain
Dire's top tower has fallen. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under
is gonna get hookshotted by her own Clockwork, and a Bushwhack found on CJ. However, he has that Aegis, has that Manta style, so he'll just grapple on towards Hardell, take him out. Meanwhile, the Axe trying to go for a Berserker's Call to take out Pota will not be possible as soon as CJ shows up. Silenced down, rooted by the searing chains, and will fall. Death by 1,000 cuts. And it's even the Queen of Pain was going to go fall to another hit, another swipe from the claws of Womi, but he will be able to teleport out. Two heroes still go down, as that 3,000 net worth advantage has now become a 4,000 lead for Velocity Vikings. 9-17 on that kill feed, and I really am not seeing a kind of response on this Kez. Maybe it's because he possesses that Aegis, but I'm not seeing the damage come out from Carstensz. As Dreamocell is going to be spotted out by the Kez, has that Chemical Rage though, so I doubt that Dreamocell will actually go down here. Another grapple coming in as Pota 2 comes in with the Spirit Vessel. That might be enough damage. No, the BKB comes out from Dreamocell, keeps him going. Hardell, though, unfortunately, is going to be the potential casualty as the Axe Saime went in, and I don't think that's the right place to be, buddy. Saime will fall. Queen of Pain is able to take at least one hero out, but again, it's just a support.
Radiant
Half of the kills that they have are just on this Wind Ranger. And the Shadow Strikes, I mean, they're good to play with, but they're not enough to play with. Especially with that level 10 talent coming in, the plus 165 Flame Guard barrier. Right? It absorbs around 2 entire Scream of Pains. Womi will be able to blink away. And again, he's going for that BKB. Meanwhile, the response, it comes in from that backline, something that they were not expecting. Hardell might actually fall here too. CJ on a beyond godlike streak on the Kez. Seemingly no way to really stop him. They even find that shackle shot on the Queen of Pain, who will fall before she can blink away. Dreamocell will be able to make it on the other side of this little portal, but they've already lost 3 entire heroes. They found
Radiant's top
the Warlock.
attack.
They found DB. But is that going to be good enough for losing 3 of your heroes, for losing the tier 2 tower? Dreamocell goes in. I am not too sure of why he wants to go in. Because he's not going to be able to get the kill there.
Tower is under
Maybe just some kind of pushback, some kind of punishment, but all 3 out of tier 2 towers have been collected. Meanwhile, at the same time, the tier 1 tower towards that bot lane is plenty healthy for the side of Velocity. All of their tier 2 towers.
A tool to teach.
Are untouched. Apologies for that. I got a coughing bout, which I don't know where it came from. Wind Ranger has that Blink Dagger. So DB can make those plays. And again, there's a lot of disables available for Velocity Vikings. Meanwhile, there's not really that many disables coming out from the side of Carstensz. Or rather, actually, I said it the other way around. Carstensz have the plenty disables. It's just, they lack the follow-up. As the Hoodwink will be taken down, is,
Dire's courier.
of course, on the Hoodwink. This doesn't look too good. It feels like the tempo being created, or rather, the tempo that each of these 3 melee cores are running with on Velocity Vikings is unmatched by the kind of tempo that the Queen of Pain brings, or the kind of tempo that the Alchemist or Axe brings. As the Chemical Concoction, they throw everything at that Lycan. Vomi, though, has that PKB. Will just be able to shapeshift and turn it around. Saime has already fallen. Porta 2 is in trouble but has that Flame Guard. And at the end of the day, the Queen of Pain, Salamat, won't be able to survive against the Kez who comes in. It's also going to be Hardell who gets picked up 3 entire kills as Juju, or rather DB, he goes in. Tier 3 towers now being besieged. They tried their very best by throwing every single spell they had in their arsenal against the Lycan. It just did not turn out to be enough. 3,500 damage coming in by the Queen of Pain. And no pipe to add on that Lycan either.
Are fortified.
It was just that Glimmer Cape. Which, to be fair, has around 375 magic damage barrier, so the Sonic Wave damage, or rather Scream of Pain damage, is completely absorbed. Dreamocell. They lose their entire lane of barracks. The Kez, DB, or rather, sorry, his name is DB, and I keep, whenever I pan out to the Kez, it confuses me because he is CJ. DB is, of course, the Wind Ranger. Shapeshift. It has come out, and that means the predators are on the move. They see their prey. The Axe, in fact, Saime has to use a Skull just to be able to get away from the creeps. It won't be possible. The rest of them are completely visible too. Shackle Shot sent out on towards Dreamocell. He's being run down by the Lycan. Has a teleport available. Needs to use it before he loses too much of his HP. BKB activated by Dreamocell. He's also going for the Chemical Concoction. Wants to turn it around on towards DB. Will be able to find that kill, but they've already lost the 2. He blinks or manages to find the blink away, but the Hoodwink on that mid lane, quite a few ways away from the rest of the team fight, will get taken out. Queen of Pain is going to be able to blink away as Dreamocell throws out that Chemical Concoction. Shadow Strike got it down as well, but again, it barely tickles the Kez. And his entire toolkit is designed to counter out the Alchemist. A 12,000 net worth advantage. Queen of Pain is going to be held in. Bloodstone available for Pota. Which means that Carstensz have to be really careful. It's the Hoodwink who is going to be the first casualty. Saime has to get back to his fountain, but Hardell is going to be run over. He has that spirit vessel on him, so he is going to fall. Meanwhile, Dream Hotel has been able to take out Juju, but now needs to find a way back to his fountain. He's on his high ground, but that will turn out to be his grave, as he will get taken over. It's also Saime who will fall, and GG will be the call by the side of Carstensz. They tap out of game number 1 after being ran down across, I would say, both of those side lanes. Their mid lane was working out really well. And even though, as the Alchemist has made a resurgence, especially when you take a look at over at Dream League, a lot of teams are picking up the Alchemist, but it's not exactly this strategy of building up the Radiance and then going for the Aghanim Scepters. Every time I look at it, it kind of feels very underwhelming, especially in a scenario where your Queen of Pain is unable to pop off. Even with the kind of start that the Queen of Pain got, Salamat had 4 entire kills by that 10-minute mark, and I would have imagined that he would have had much more impact transitioning into the mid game. But when all is said and done, that really wasn't possible for them. Of course, guys, we still have an entire series, right? Velocity Vikings may have won game number 1, but I have a feeling that Carstensz, they will be back for game number 2. Whether or not it's going to be enough for them to take the game away and bring it to a game number 3 in this series, that is something that, well, they will have to duke it out with. They'll have to decide between themselves and Velocity Vikings on the battlefield. For now, guys, we will be off to a 10 to 15 minute break, but we will be back with game number 2 right after that, so don't go anywhere and stay tuned. do what you want is going to be hindered. You're going to have to play around the silencer somehow. I wouldn't be surprised if this Mars goes for a use early
10
on
seconds
as opposed to
remaining.
the early pickup for the Blink Dagger. But let's see what Velocity Vikings will be able to do, against Carstensz
Dire
with this
team
kind of a
ban.
draft. Bangalore also comes out by Carstensz's lineup, as that should be the mid lane hero. They do still have some flex potential, right? Mid Pango or mid Slardar. I would actually imagine that the mid Slardar isn't the way that you go about it, since you do have a Queen of Pain on the other side.
Radiant
Just
team
send the Pango mid. You really only, the Pango is the one that can create that Mage Slayer, and with that Swashbuckle, apply that Mage Slayer damage to a lot of the heroes. Of course, the Queen of Pain is going to be the big one. You want to apply that debuff on her, but you can also go for the Diffusal Blade. I would say that with the Diffusal, it's a relatively decent time
5
for the
seconds
Pangolier.
remaining. Dire team ban.
But Velocity Vikings, let's see who they are going to opt for as far as their carry is concerned. Of course, both sides are missing their carry. Carstensz have banned
10
out
seconds
the
remaining.
Mortha.
5
So is
seconds
Dreamosal going to reveal his Kez? It is going to be their pick first. So Velocity Vikings can, or rather actually the Kez has been banned out. No Mortha available either. A lot of the heroes that you see banned are just the carry heroes. Lone Druid, Kez, Faceless Void, Alchemist, Mortha, and Terrorblade. And then some of the other heroes are just respect bans, I would say, against Pota 2, his Ember, and his
Radiant team
Storm.
ban.
Velocity Vikings, they don't have their Ursa Warrior up for CJ. So a lot of the
Dire team
I would imagine the Velocity Vikings can also play the Meepo. That is CJ's favorite hero to play. That is, it's just a hero that every other team out there struggles against, right? It's very difficult for Velocity Vikings to actually
10
play
seconds
against
remaining.
that.
5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick.
As Carstensz go for a Lifestealer, and again, the Meepo does look like a pretty good pick. Although I'm not sure about the Meepo. Well, to be fair, the Meepo in this current patch is actually really strong, especially with 7.41 coming about. But I'm not sure about the Meepo's capacity to do what he wants against the Slardar, the Pango, and the Lifestealer. Those heroes are pretty good against the Meepo overall. To be fair, the Lifestealer can be a bit awkward into the Meepo, especially if the Meepo is the one jumping in. But we'll see. With the Mars, you always have the potential of that gyrocopter, right? Gyro, Luna, ranged carries are really good with the Mars because your projectiles enter the arena or are able to pass through the arena while the enemy's projectiles can't, even though they don't actually have many projectiles. It's just the Silencer and the Rubik with the right clicks that can actually enter the arena. But let's see, Velocity Vikings. Have to go for a ban here, and they will actually pick up the Mortha, or rather the Marcy. Very surprising of a carry pick coming out by Velocity Vikings. Not really too sure about that one. It's a hero that we really haven't seen on the carry role in the current patch in any of, or rather, no, sorry guys, it's the Wind Ranger, right? They had that one very early on picked up. The Marcy is surely going to be a support played by, I would imagine, Juju. And the Wind Ranger plus Marcy is a devastating combo. Your ability to reposition against whoever the Slardar jumps against, and not to mention your ability to reposition against the Pangolier as well as a Lifestealer. I actually really like this pick now that I'm looking at it. You're also, you turn the Silencer into a punching bag, essentially. So you're one of those, on Velocity Vikings, you have the support that can actually take out both the Rubik and the Silencer all by herself. I'm assuming it's not going to be that easy because Carstensz have a lot of frontline, but still, with Vomi on the Mars, you can actually disable that Silencer early on in the fight. Maybe even take out that Pangolier with the focus fire as well as the skewer if you're able to find it. So I do imagine the Velocity Vikings have a really good draft, but Carstensz have the easier draft, right? They have the Slardar Crush, they have the Pangolier who can go in, and suddenly one hero is going to get bursted down super easily. I am trying to just adjust the logos, guys, so...
Prepare for battle.
You feel the red hand of death.
There we go, the logos are now in. A 5-man smoke comes out by Velocity Vikings, probably defensive in nature. As Marcy is being played by DP. I don't know why I'm getting the Marcy and the Mortha confused. They're pretty much very different heroes. One marked by death and one, well, quite the jolly, or, well, similar to the Little Red Riding Hood, I would imagine. Just one that has really huge fists.
Always remember how foolish you looked.
Observers right next to each other. As Dreamocell might have to give up the rune. He can just skill up the rage to secure the rune, but then you skill up the rage, right? And early on, it's not that good of an ability. Oh no, Rubik, he is going to fall! Scream of Pain getting sent out, and one last right click coming in by CJ. That will secure first blood on towards four Vikings. And that's not the hero you want to give first blood to. It's additional experience going in the way, and I would actually imagine over on the safe lane, if you get this experience and you're able to hit your level 2 first, that's a big advantage in the laning phase. They'll even take down the sentry before the Rubik can actually spot it out. You need that sentry against the Treant Protector, as it is going to be a bit hard for Saime to play this lane, but it should get easier. I mean, the Treant Protector can't really enter the Rubik or Slardar's area, rather cost range, because he's just going to get lifted up and pulled into the Slardar, and suddenly then you have the bashes, you have so many hits coming in, and it's very difficult. As we do see a bit of trading happening between Juju and the Rubik. And despite of the massive physical damage of that Treant early on, the Fade Bolt damage reduction is going to mean that the Treant Protector can't trade as well. Not to mention, he has a slightly slower attack speed, 1.64 as opposed to the 1.38. So every 3 seconds, the Rubik is able to dish out an additional lost hit just in that same time span of 3 seconds. Rubik will be successful in pulling the creeps away though, as the Treant Protector is chasing after him. But will the Rubik actually fall? Power shot comes in by CJ! As the Rubik will not have seen that one coming. So even though he does pull the wave for Saime, it's still not that good. Saime lost his position 4. And CJ will just continue and happily farm away over on this bot side. Sure, the Treant Protector might actually go down here. Has that sentry coming in for Saime. But the right click, it went the way towards the Rubik. So does find a bit of revenge kill, does find a bit of net worth over there, but gives a lot of space away to CJ. Right, this is a very happy Wind Ranger. At the top of the CS chart, at the top of the net worth chart, 2 kills already going her way. As when we look towards that mid side, it is difficult for anyone to play against Pota 2, highest ranked Southeast Asian mid lane player in the Dota 2 leaderboards. Which is no joke, his MMR must be more than 15,000. And against the Pangolier, whichever hero was on this mid side, but between the Slardar and the Pangolier, they would have suffered against the Queen of Pain. Just max out the Shadow Strike, don't really have much, I would say, danger against you. and just win the lane at the back of those Shadow Strikes. Even though Salamat does fight back. And now Salamat has no mana, so the Queen of Pain, Pota 2, will just blink on the opposing high ground. A few right clicks will do the trick. No stick charges available, and Salamat will wither away to Pota 2. This time around, last game, Pota 2 was the one who dropped away first blood to Salamat. Completely opposite result, but at the same time, playing the same Queen of Pain. And that means it's going to be really hard now to actually play into the cop. You now have the level 3 Shadow Strike coming up for Pota 2. Level 4 Water Rune is going to spawn. Pota 2 could have gone for the other side's Water Rune, but will decide against it. Top side is a Marcy and a Mars, who are getting pushed back against the Silencer. Not too much that Womi can do about that. The Glaives are really good at trading out. And you can't actually pin down the Lifestealer. He can just, not only in the laning phase, but even after that, even inside of the arena, he can just use his rage and run out. As they are looking for a point of entry. Dreamocell, though, is not... Womi is not going to be able to spear the Lifestealer back, and that should be a good kill going the way of Carstensz. They may even be able to find Dixon as he's trying to trade out against the Lifestealer, uses that Fairy Fire, and gets the last punch in. But will still fall. Hard L will be able to pick up that kill. So a 2-for-1 exchange for the Lifestealer's life. Not that bad for Velocity Vikings. At the same time, not that bad for the Lifestealer either. He was the one who picked up the kill on Womi, so he got the majority of the gold there. And the Mars didn't get the kill credit for either the Lifestealer or even the Silencer. As mid side, Salamat is going to go down once more. Dixon, he's going to be brought back by that Dispose and will go down next. Pota 2 will end up with a double kill and a killing spree to boot. Velocity Vikings proving themselves out to be quite the contender at Lunar Horse Trophy. Both of these two teams, this is their debut series. And I have to say, the debut from Velocity Vikings is looking a whole lot stronger. You take a look at the last hit, Slardar is supposed to be dominating his lane, but at the end of the day, the pressure that Carstensz are faced up with on their mid side, on their top lane, is simply disabling Saimei from getting too much done. The Wind Ranger is just fantastic against the Slardar, simply because of that Wind Run. You can land the Crush, but you can't land the Bash of the Deep against 100% evasion coming out for DB. Or rather, sorry, for CJ. And when we tune into the net worth, I have a feeling that it's going to be all three heroes at the very top. Maybe not all three. Maybe the Lifestealer will actually be up there. Particularly if he's able to get the kill. Has that rage available, but against the rebound coming in from DB, won't be able to secure it. But Womi has dropped really low on his HP. And now Velocity Vikings, they want to make a play for that Shrine of Wisdom. DB has teleported here on the Marcy. You have CJ here, who's going to go in with the Focus Fire. Saimei needs to be careful. He's inside of the trees, and the Rubik will lift him back and will be able to make his way out. Power Shot is not going to land, but with the rebound coming in, it's actually going to be the Treant Protector in a bit of trouble. They can't go for the Shrine, and now Salamat is going to come in. Sure, two heroes have gone down, and Salamat's Rolling Thunder is not really going to be the difference maker. He just rolls away. He actually abandons Saimei in this position. CJ has a Power Shot. Saimei will dodge it out. Has no mana for the Crush though, and DB will just rebound away. So at the end of the day, they weren't able to take down Saimei, but they do find two supports. They do bring in the Pangolier over here. 4 heroes had to teleport towards this bot lane, which is a lot of space created for Womi, which is a lot of space created for Pota 2. Ooh. Okay, CJ is able to find a solo kill on the Rubik. surprising little kill happening. But you can take a look at just how much of an effect this pressure has had. Rubik is level 3. Hard L, or rather, their other support, will struggle to get to that level 6 point. As Hard L will struggle to do much here on the mid lane. Pota 2 with an amplified damage rune can just right click him away. Doesn't even need to use a Sonic Wave, which he, to be fair, he hasn't even skilled up. So he can't use it even if he wanted to. But Carstensz don't know that. Right? They don't know that there's no Sonic Wave. As no Rolling Thunder available for Salamat, he is likely to just go down here, and a rebound found on the Rubik. He has nowhere to go either. Saime comes in from that backline, wanted to look for a crush on the Queen of Pain. That would have been the best target to get, but they will have to settle for a Treant Protector. Juju will fall.
Deepest sympathies.
Vomi is in trouble, guaranteed to actually die now that the Rolling Thunder comes in, and Ace will pick up the kill. Surprising that he chose to use the Fade Bolt to secure the kill against the Mars, who couldn't have done anything with the arena either. The Pangolier would have just gone through that. And Pota 2, just every single time he sees a silencer, that is just free food for him. Pangolier is here, he doesn't have the Rolling Thunder, and I think that they know this. Going to at least dish out a bit of damage towards him. Won't be able to take him down. Pota 2 is charging away at that top side with the haste rune, so Dreamocell, he does need to be careful. He has that infest, so at the very least he'll just infest inside of the Mud Golem and try to run away, but at the same time, he's gonna be stopped. There is that Sonic Wave. Pota 2 will apply another Shadow Strike, disabling down Dreamocell. Scream of Pain did miss, so Dreamocell might be able to escape here. It's gonna be very close. Pota 2 has no more blink, so Dreamocell will be able to run away for the momentary well. Is he going to go down though, as Pota 2 whiffs another blink, simply does not have the range for it, so Dreamocell lives to tell the tale.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
That one Scream of Pain missing, the difference maker there. Pota 2 making the first mistake of the game, and he doesn't make many, so that should be a bit of a wake-up call to Carstensz as they attempt to trade out tier 1 towers. You do have Juju here, and DB is also teleporting in. Rebounds in, looking for the Rubik, but the Global Silence comes in. You still do have the arena, however the Rolling Thunder is going to clear out DB. Saime is going to fall with that Rebuke as the Treant Protector also goes down. A 2-for-1, but you found the offlaner on the other side. Disables his timing for the Blink Dagger, just delay it. As Hard L might just get blinked here by Pota 2. No. Not worthy enough of a kill, apparently. But the Rubik is only level 5, so Pota 2 can just dish out his Sonic Wave, but doesn't really need to. Rubik will still just fall.
Ecstasy.
A wicked 6 streak up for the Queen of Pain. 7,500 net worth for this Wind Ranger. That is absolutely massive at that 12.5 minute mark. Without many, or rather actually they do have 2 tier 2 towers, will be able to find all 3 tier 1s at that 12.5 minute mark, and at the same time they keep their tier 1 towers, all 3 of them, plenty healthy. That topside tower has only taken 11 damage. one last hit, I'm assuming, from the very early laning phase. Quarter 2 sees the Queen of Pain. They also catch that Lifestealer with that spear. Dreamocell goes down. He's looking for the Radiance, but at 13.5 minutes, he doesn't even have the first component of it.
We'll say better luck next.
Dire's bottom tower is under
5,000 of a net worth advantage up for Velocity Vikings.
Dire are scanning. Radiant are scanning.
Treant Protector not going to get caught inside of that dust. And will actually go back.
What can I say? Nature loves me.
CJ has disconnected from the game. Hmm. The Wind Ranger will reconnect, but still need Juju to reconnect. He does so as well. And we should be resuming into the game. Hmm. Saime activates that dust, and they actually manage to catch Juju, who will go down towards that bot side. You still do need to chip away at the lead that these cores possess. Both CJ as well as Porter 2 have yet to go down.
Radiant's bottom
As teleports are coming in towards that bot side, or rather, no, they're not. They're actually going towards that mid lane. Dreamocell will eat that Sonic Wave and will go down. Response is coming in alongside a Global Silence, so CJ's life is going to be forfeit. And for the carry of Carstensz, losing your Wicked 6 streak is probably not that worth it. As they go in once more, however, Rolling Thunder is going to be there. So Mr. Marcy, or Miss Marcy, is going to fall.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Arena whiffed towards that bot lane as the Slardar Saime managed to blink out. Dreamocell quick on his reaction, but 17 minutes in, he still doesn't have that radiance. And the question is, if not now, then when will he have it? At that 18-minute mark, perhaps, maybe even that 19-minute mark. Pangolier is going to be stuck to the tree, but with that shield crash, has plenty of a barrier to play with. It's actually going to be Hardell, who is also in a bit of a bind. Rolling Thunder has been forced out, and they'll just go back. I doubt they're going to go back in. But as I say that, they are looking for it. Need to be careful because Saime, he's waiting for the Mars, is able to land that crush, and a Sonic Wave is gonna whiff, but they still do find Dreamocell. Vomi is not gonna get hit by the crush. Saime bungled that counterplay. A great opportunity to at least punish Velocity Vikings with one death, but they weren't able to.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Rubik is going to get gone on, but immediately, once again, they were waiting for that play. But the Rubik speared away Pota 2. He should be able to blink out. Overgrowth comes in, and so too does the Arena, disabling Salamat from his Rolling Thunder. They'll be able to find 2 quick kills. And Saime, all he can do is just sprint away. And again, where is the tempo? Where is the aggression?
Tower is under attack.
They simply aren't able to display it. Oh no, Saime, he... Ah, awkward. That's all around. He made his way back, but started farming the jungle camp, and that may have been an okay play, but Velocity Vikings were able to read it. And now they will focus fire this tier 2 tower down. There's not really too much you can do about this, or rather, without your global silence, there's nothing you can do about this.
Dire's top tower has fallen. Radiant are scanning. Dire are scanning.
Roshan is now going to be under siege. Focus fire down. They don't have too much time, but the side of the Dire Carstensz, they will be able to reach her in time. However, it's going to be Vomi the first point of contact. Arena has already come out, and he will go down. Sonic Wave is not enough to save him. Rolling Thunder as well as the Global Silence does come out, but they haven't been able to find anything apart from that Mars. That might not be good enough as Saime, he has dropped down way too low. A rebound in, a reverse Arena coming in from the Rubik, but Hardell, he is stuck inside of it. Will just simply drop. CJ coming in with the hits, right clicks on that Rubik. He will be the third casualty. Awkward coordination coming in from the side of Carstensz. They use their Rolling Thunder, they use their Global Silence, while the other side had already blinked away. And the Rolling Thunder wasn't able to catch anything. And in the end, that team fight was just a brief pause because Velocity Vikings, they'll still end up with the Aegis with a relatively easy contest. Dreamocell using the open wounds on Vomi.
Fit for a queen.
Oh, Saime, he's... Struggles would be one way to describe his performance, or rather, his struggles in this game. As the life shooter is going to be pinned to the tree, and they come in with a full fury of that sonic wave in the arena. They take apart the entire lineup. Carstensz will get wiped out from the map. Velocity Vikings, they don't lose a single hero. Pota 2, 11-0-13 on his Queen of Pain. Tier 2 tower towards that bot side is also going to fall.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
And I have to imagine, I have to think to myself, where is the comeback supposed to come from? With the life shooter this heavily disabled, with Saime, who has 7,500 net worth at that 24-minute mark. He's barely above that Marcy. Just 1,500 above that Marcy, to be exact. And this, it's not as if the Marcy has too much, right? DB, he has a Yule Scepter. That's it. That's all he has. But apparently, still packs a punch.
Dire's bottom tower is
A 5-man smoke comes out. They know where Pota 2 is. He'll be able to blink away, but does get stunned up as he does. Sonic Wave is at the ready, but they have that global silence. However, they still haven't been able to take him down. He'll just blink away. All the meanwhile, the Pangolier stuck, shackled down, will be able to swashbuckle on that high ground and wants to go in with the Rolling Thunder. It's DB who will be the first casualty, as Velocity Vikings did not choose to go in. Vomi, he's the one to start things off with the spear on that Pangolier. And again, no Rolling Thunder available. He'll use that arena. Sonic Wave does come out, but in the end, the Pangolier will be able to teleport back to safety. It's actually Saime who is now going to struggle to make it out of this position. Maybe he can. Power Shot disables... Well, his blink is already on cooldown. But he has a lot of movement speed. Should just be able to blink away. Vomi almost got him. As over on that top side, Lotus Orb available for Pota 2, so he won't actually fear that global silence, or rather, the Pangolier. Not sure how he entered that position. Dreamocell still being chased, has that rage, and should be able to make it to that his own high ground. Oh, no, maybe not. They're gonna hold him in with the overgrowth. And Vomi, once Dreamocell, his rage runs out, he will just go down. Hard L is going to be the second casualty potentially, but the spear does miss. However, rebound comes in by DB as Pota 2, he's inside of the base, and the shackle will disable Saime's teleport back to the fountain. They will be able to take apart nearly everyone. I feel like this game is pretty much over. GG will be called by Saime as Carstensz drop game number 2. Both series ending up with a clean sweep, and in both series a bit of a surprising result. I would have imagined that Carstensz, being the team of the caliber that they are, may have been able to take at the very least, one game away from Velocity Vikings, but they weren't able to do that. Velocity Vikings, Pota 2 had a phenomenal performance in this game number 2. Sure, in the game number 1, he had, well, just brutal deaths on that mid lane, giving Salamat way too much, but in the end, he more than made up for it, both in game number 1 on that mid game, and in game number 2, where he was just strong from the very get-go. Velocity Vikings with a very strong debut, and for Carstensz, a lot to work on. Plenty of matches though, right? You have 9 other teams that you have to play against, 8 other now in this group stage round robin format. For now, guys, this is going to be it for Lunar Horse Trophy for today. We will be resuming with Lunar Horse Trophy from tomorrow with another 2 best of 3s and 3 best of 3s on Sunday. Make sure to follow Print Station on all of their socials. This is your host Taltrus. You can follow me on my socials too, on my Twitter. For now though, I will be signing out, and I hope to see all of you later.